magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's
that's all right.
Oh, I guess you haven't. After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
You're just handing out the Gnosis.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he real... But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about
Cheetos
Child?
are spicy.
They
Hang on,
say
just
that he's
sweating.
returned to Snezhnaya to
Not
recover
sweating,
from his
but there's, like,
wounds. I
tiny
hear that
bruises
the
on my
recent
nose.
disaster really did a number on his health.
Oh my gosh. Yep. Hang on. I have a blanket to rewrap.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Oh my gosh. Okay. There we go.
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank...
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first... I guess this must be life. We will all follow... All right, then.
Yep.
We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing?
Neverlette's right here.
He's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Can I just teleport there? Okay. I'm dumb. I didn't have a reason for doing that. He's already level 90. So is his weapon. That's cute. What's this? Oh my. Wow. Okay. Wishing spot? Is that a chest?
Quake!
Quake!
Here we go.
That's not a chest? Or like, is it like on the border and this is the chest? This game sucks. Okay. What's it? Okay. Meow. No! Oh my god! I thought it would put me in like a walking only sequence.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how...
Focalor died.
So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the...
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with but so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
What about Furina? We don't get to ask about Furina? That's so mean! That's so mean. We made her cry. We made her think that everybody was gonna die, and then we just don't, like, we don't go and apologize to her? That's so rude. Oh my god.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they...
Life has always flowed like water.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the water...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Rise...
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. Before I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
but she...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro...
What about you then? What are your plans?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, as such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Iudex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived late, but the various mechs and machines in the city...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Whoa! You saw his eye color change for a second? It was black when he said Pneumogia, and then when he blinked at the dash, it changed back to normal.
Wow. This ancient dragon...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
That's cool.
Oh, that's right!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now. And
what complicated considerations? Paimon thought you...
ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
To
You will soon be
Natlan.
heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide. So, as far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development, and Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Oh, David is ready to play. Oh, never mind. No, he isn't.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously,
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I can fold the captain
hang on
easily.
a sec.
I know that
When we
for a fact.
spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude toward... We guessed that there might be some...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
I need a toothpick to clean my
what is
controller.
it?
It's not dirty, but I don't like seeing the little bits of black.
In truth,
in the
I
cracks.
exchanged some further words with that lady named Stirk after
Stirk.
sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
Nerdvillet. Is it not auto-playing?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person.
Gnosis.
Yes.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If
Well,
you're
given
interested,
that
though, I
all
could
the
ask him.
Archons have a gnosis,
I'll be sure to
right?
pass the answer on to you next time.
Wait,
Next time. I believe we will meet again.
Is the gnosis a source of...
I
It's a
do.
big source of their power,
Wait,
but it's not
I have a
the
disciple
source
of
their
my
power.
own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
So, given how
That's
the
what
oldest
she
an
told
Archon
me.
is 3,000,
Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
3,000 years
The
ago,
remains of
got
the
folded,
third descender?
died,
So that's what
and
the
his
Gnosis
remains were used
actually
by
are. Paimon just thought they looked
probably
like
the
chess
heads of the
pieces. How could they
principals
be a
who would
person's
be Gnosis.
remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special
Implanted
metaphor at
in
play,
each
that is what she meant to say.
Each
And
of
she
the
said that would
strongest
bring
element
misfortune and that you should
users,
check it, which is why you
which
gave
are
it to the
D7.
Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
It's just a buff. It's just a buffer. I am the fourth descender. Oh!
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with his concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities,
There's the enhance.
do
There's the
indeed
buffer.
come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
I wonder, Nuvla, do you want to explore her body?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for...
Yes. All of Focalors...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god. And she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect
No.
not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Philosophical ass. Okay, I have 2 summons. One here. Where is she? I'm not using her anyways. Okay, her house. Should be. That one? There she is. Nice. Get. Claim. Yeah, look at all these guys that I never got. Oh, whoa, look at all that. Oh my goodness. Oh, whoa. Toma, Sayu, Beto, Goro, Yunjin, Ningguang, Heizo, Farazan, Layla, Kave, Kaya, Lini, Yoimiya, Baiju, Dia, Alhaitham, Nouvelet. There we go. I'll go and find her house, and then I'll do the, summoning ritual.
It's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? You know we're worth it. For quality work and speedy results, choose Paimon in the
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is...
don't worry.
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress, but the troupe has also been experiencing some
That does sound like a...
That's right. Our adventurers reached... There are only a few days left until the performance.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience.
If you're interested in helping, maybe you can't fill the role yourselves,
Oh, he's
but you
fat,
might be
dude.
able...
Oh my god.
It's that guy, huh? No wonder he looks like...
Is that a musketeer? What the no, wait, let me go talk.
Hello there. Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two.
Wow, sounds like we're pretty... but to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay.
Quest,
I knew that
cannot
asking
go
for a volunteer was a
gamble.
long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the all our sets and if we had a way to make...
Disband?
Oh,
Skip.
I guess one last show. Nobody wants things to just... Yeah, the show just won't...
Got it. We have a quick... What if...
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Skip.
Good point. We
Yep.
should find someone who will put on the best performance possible.
Furina.
Oh, wait! What about... That's how you know when she's really good at performing, and she was once super popular.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her! You're...
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big... But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, she's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think, well, yeah. Fair enough. I'm sure everyone... Of course.
No point in stressing. Besides,
Oh
things
my
are different
goodness.
now.
Thank you for your help.
Wait, where does Furina actually...
As it happens, I have her current address here.
Why?
I can provide it to you.
Ooh!
It is my duty to...
Thank you, ma'am.
Wow, now that we...
Whoa, Catherine has legs. Turn around, let me see the keyhole. Keyhole, keyhole, keyhole. There it is. Oh my god, I was right. Okay, wait. Will this put me in the cutscene? Let me go gamble on top of her house.
Brace yourselves.
Twice. What is this? 15 left after this one? Oh, that's fine. Okay.
Wouldn't
Oh,
gliding
that's
be
rough.
faster?
Okay.
Did Catherine really give us the right address?
There she is.
lives
She's
here?
walking down that way. Look.
Not that there's anything wrong with this place.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
She's speaking so
Okay, where's it
casually.
popping on us in there because...
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. But now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity! It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my meals are a little simpler now too. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre focilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace. Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way. Shoot!
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either!
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the—
Oh? Well, if... So tell me. I see. After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine. Well versed in all the various performing, but given the present circumstances...
How come? It's not
true. But I have made a decision to retire from the stage. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon,
that makes sense, though.
The time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me. Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play...
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself. Which would be the same as not having a back... So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do? Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the...
Nope.
Short and to the point, okay.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me. Since I'm just an ordinary person now. They'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help.
Don't.
True, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for? Oh, no way. I'm dying from embarrassment just thinking about it. Nope, not happening.
Well, is there
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the... Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But if I thought I had the answer to this problem, I would have said so by now.
It's all right, Furina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Oh, everyone in the troupe will be so disappointed. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do.
Toodaloo to you, too. I'm going home to take a rest now.
I have... Thank you.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
It's too bad, but we have to respect Furina's decision.
$15.
Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many people.
Let me clean my commission rewards.
Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without—
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now?
And that gives you the right to make it—
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the adventure. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now?
Sorry. I was just dealing with a little...
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade—
I see. Well, you see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to...
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get—
Jeez, is Lady
Only joking, calm down. So, despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still wrecked.
Look, there's no point arguing. This is the last chance we have, though. So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle—
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about the show.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shopping list. All right, I'm coming. No need to drag me.
Furina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing here?
I was just ever so slightly concerned. When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strongly worded things. And all before I even had a full grasp of— I'm sorry.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after But in any case...
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help...
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as lady. Just Furina is fine. I was wondering... If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe.
We all want to believe that. Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our—
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. But still, no
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Furina. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, none of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the... It's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd...
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings who achieved so much, and I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being—
Yes, exactly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for a replacement anyway. I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member. But only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epicles, is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability, but what about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think I'll take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before. And so I should like to observe, perchance to understand.
Huh. Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring
So
to listen to a
I'll
story.
do it. Yo!
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Furina's performances, as of course we all are. All right, follow me. We'll...
Hypothetically. 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 She was a showgirl. That was 30 years ago when they used to have a show. Now there's a disco, but not the low. Still in the dress she used to wear. Faded feathers in her hair. She took the silver hand and drinks herself half blind. She lost her youth and she lost her honey. Now she's lost her mind at the Copacabana. The hottest spot north of Havana. At the Copacabana. Music and fashion. We're always the fashion at the Copa. Oh my god. After $15. Oh my. No, that actually feels great. Hang on, I gotta take a screenshot of this for my friend. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. At the Copacabana. Music and fashion. Or is it passion? Always the fashion at the Copacabana. Get the hell out of here, Nuvolette. Wait, Archon team? Out of here. Get out. Yes. Wait, I didn't hear her.
What are my orders?
Shut up.
I have high hopes for this journey.
Yes. Oh, for sun. And there it is. Okay. Coop. Oh, I guess I can't let David take my flowers anymore. Okay, what shall her weapon be? Yeah, she doesn't deserve that. Okay, wait. So the flute. The second flute great sword doesn't really make sense. Does that have Numa? Wait. Oh, that's cool. Festering desire. Might as well. I really took a break from Genshin during this month of all months. But the alley flash looks so much better. Okay, alley flash, the flute, Pavonia sword, or the mist splitter. Gentleman Usher, Syrian Dante, Cheval Marine, Mademoiselle Cabaletta. Oh, who are you? I don't know their name. Singer of Many Waters. Boop. Who knows? Maybe I'll get Crossfire if I can play again. Ah, fuck you. Alright, whatever. What does she need? Treasured flowers. I didn't ask David which. Yep. Okay. What do you need now? Keep your calls ready. Is she bust? If only this was better. No, this one. If only this one was better. Animal damage bonus. Let's see. Danger, physical, defense, HP. No. Okay. Where's the rehearsal location? I want her weapon. I really want her weapon now. Gentleman Asha. Okay, yeah, that. And the history, I'm pretty sure, is shit right now. Yeah, Term of Eternal Flow. Term of Eternal Flow. A 25 pity. Okay. I can do it. Where are my guys? Whoa, whoa! This one's a little off. This one is better. There we go. PlayStation Network exclusive.
Shower me with praise! Ah.
I'm still summoning for her though.
Lady Furina?
What's Lady Furina doing here?
Hello all. Allow me to
The
explain.
tiny weird.
As of today, these two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out.
You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't...
Oh, please don't mention it. What?
So, you were saying the little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished. One of her greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it.
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite the protests of her family. She longed to live just like any other human. And sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect. But one day, her true identity...
So far, so good.
And that's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, we need a proper ending so we can bring this music...
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life.
Yeah, like this, but then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light. And one last thing. We're still waiting on... The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on... The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him.
Huh. Although...
What opportunity?
Maybe you're unaware.
Our director was constantly singing your praises.
Oh, stop. You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1, let's check in with Paulo and see where he's at with the ending. He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of isolation.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
Don't mention that around Furina.
Nothing. I suppose my presence will... So, allons-y. To Poisson!
I want to test her out real quick. I think one domain would do. Check. 480, let me just assigning. Not a good set, but you know, good enough. I would appreciate C2. Can I buy those? Oh. Hi, Jib. I don't even gotta check. Whoa. Wait. Oh, god damn it. What the fuck? Man. That'll do. Okay. The low level doesn't matter.
Shine down!
Strike a pose! Time for takeoff. Here we go! Let's play!
Illusion shattered!
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't let...
There is no escape!
Brace yourselves. Think you can get away?
Shine down! Inazuma shines eternal!
The show begins!
Nice and slow heals, but it's infinite heals. Like Kokomi. Oop. And 77. Oh right, the main effect. Wait, is that an HP weapon? Oh my god. Alright. There once was a ship that takes to sea. The name of the ship was Ability. And that is gonna go my blood. Soon the world to bring us through the Oh my god, the transgender pearls. Oh no. No.
The show begins!
That makes sense. Okay. Dump crab.
Time for takeoff.
I see everything.
Dead.
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Yeah.
How brilliant!
Wait, what? Oh, fire method of attack.
Illusion shattered.
Strike a pose!
No way. Oh, we were stronger. Ooh, shit.
Shine down.
Yoo-hoo! My name, echoing song!
That's really cool. Wait, wait.
Here we go.
Get them out of the way.
Hey! The show begins! Take it. Go on. You have my approval.
Hilly troll. Stupid.
Strike a pose!
Jumping. Bro, really? I haven't gone this one? No. Please don't. If I approach... Okay. I got scared that the little girl was gonna appear and I had to do a mission.
Shower me with praise!
Ooh, this is cool. Oh, that's sick.
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me.
You came all the...
All right. Forget that.
Nice try. Look, just...
Okay, then.
So, as expected,
The ending is one of the most... Even once he's done, it isn't final until we...
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson.
Navia.
I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Furina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so...
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet? We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them cloud everything we do. And if you're trying to make a new start...
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take... Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and to avoid upsetting the peace. I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress, playing the role of Furina. It's not a perfect solution, but...
That's so thoughtful of you.
Well, what do you expect? Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with. So maybe she's right. You're the closest thing to friends that I have.
Because we fucking betrayed her in the Archon quest, and that was rude as shit.
I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfect, it's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Yeah. I'd be lying if
Well,
I said I
already
wasn't
a
scared
form.
of coming back here. Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade. Yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people. I guess...
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
I can't let myself see only the things I want to...
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rasula's ship?
How many moves do I have? 58, okay. What's the give? None? That's fine. I have so many quests that could give me primos. Oh my gosh. So many. Not to mention. Maybe I should get rid of the notion of only doing quests for characters that I like. What's our C1 again? Oh.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing...
We don't mind.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear, and I became more lonely and isolated. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my throne. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as yourselves. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
A reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing a secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Furina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. No one could be allowed to know. That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva at heart.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and at least the choice is in my hands. All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
Sure! Okay, let's head back and check it out.
Oh. What was I gonna look at? Right.
Yep.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods.
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me.
Oh no. We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside?
You're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rose. Paulo's nearly done. We
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least.
Sorry.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one.
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
Oh.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy. She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe. It was only after she was gone.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe was like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness. And when I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But when it was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find more of her.
She sounds like a really...
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe, and I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when the other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough." One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't...
Let me guess. Fortunately.
Yeah. For the first time in my...
The day you hoped would never come.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here.
Furina? The Furina? Oh my god.
Please. The honor is all mine. I was
Same here!
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a run. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid. The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it and investigate the In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the...
Consciousness?
Water as a conscious entity.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst, the little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for...
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice...
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even...
There's actually something else that Bob... You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our... If we're serious about dedicating this show to her... What about if... the little Oceanid is hounded to death?
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director O'Reilly's death. Both arbitrary and meaningless. On the day when she went missing, Director O'Reilly had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found.
The director was the kindest soul in the world. Yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment by someone...
But doesn't the way she suddenly told...
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so...
Vilma? The one who's playing the role...
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also because... Well...
What?
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. I did tell her how I felt once. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her. Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's... Well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her life. And now, that day will never come.
Oh, Paulo.
So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by O'Reilly.
In that case, you have to straighten We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending. but those two have never seen eye to eye.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's...
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But funny you should ask, though.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
As if this journey wasn't tough.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. Wait, why are you all like...
We're just curious, that's all.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up...
Precisely! And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power is gone anyway. As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
C'est la vie, indeed. Alas, I am forced to watch on helpless...
Aww, too bad.
Sorry to leave all the...
Don't worry, piece of...
Think you can get away?
Everyone hold in.
There is no escape. Yahoo! Torn to oblivion. Shine down.
More?
Time for takeoff. Shower me with praise! Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Or not.
Vilma, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Furina doing here?
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole troop. We now have everyone except you.
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will help you write an ending to the script that pleases everyone? I care just as much as everyone else about making the Little Oceanid a success. That's why I wanted to wait until after the show. If I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things difficult between us. We're supposed to be a unit when we're on stage.
Vilma, avoiding the truth will not help anyone. Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Vilma. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. I never brought it up to anyone. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. I'm prepared to face everything, to sacrifice everything for the sake of the show. The Little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional level.
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances. It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. It was only when the merchant came to deliver the goods that I realized the drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was completely shocked as well. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant and stated that the troupe could not agree to this collaboration. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. The amount was astronomical. There was no way we'd be able to pay.
And then?
I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole troupe, and it wasn't my fault. But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and suddenly the director told us all to leave the city one day. I knew then that things must have reached a boiling point. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything. Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy now?
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew Aurelie was in danger. Why in God's name didn't you tell us? What do you mean, you were afraid? This was a life and death situation. We could have saved her! How could you be so stupid?
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him. You need to stay calm.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered! She was the love of my life! And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show! How about taking some responsibility for what he's done?
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the troupe, but that won't bring back the director. What good is my apology now? I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want. Kill me if you prefer. It's what I deserve. End my life. So I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight! Go! Get lost! I don't ever want to see your face again!
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now pipe down, both of you! Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotions?
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much she loved you all, and how much she loved the troupe. What she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters. To shield you all from the storms that rage in the world outside. That's how you should remember her. And that's what you should be celebrating. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but isn't she your hero already? After everything she did for you?
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you hope to achieve by arguing with each other. If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance if the group is already fractured? But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director O'Reilly and the home she built you all to let go. What are you laughing at? I don't see what's so funny.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment there, it felt like our director was back with us again. If she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them exactly like you did, in that same stern voice.
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
What you said, it really puts everything into perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but I ended up making it all about me and my self-pity.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
So, the ending. What are we gonna do about it?
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When emotions are running high, things get lost in the fray. The end of the story needs to focus back on O'Reilly herself. She's the true star of the show.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victims. If you could find anything that O'Reilly left behind, perhaps we can get a better sense of what she went through in her final days.
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on O'Reilly's true feelings.
No.
Well, we'll leave this in your capable hands.
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and wait for our good news. Strike a pose! Oh.
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application. Okay, please hold on. I'll have someone dig them out.
So, this is all O'Reilly left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches too! Looks like they show where the different props should be placed on stage.
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was kidnapped. Aha! I found something. To whoever discovers this diary. Let's see. Looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiments on dissolving young women. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving Vachey's guilt.
Vachey took so many lives. It's still so unthinkable how many victims he had.
I guess Aurelie must have written all of this down in the hope that her records would one day be of use to investigators. Wait, it cuts off. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. She probably didn't have much strength left. Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourselves.